Okay. Let's get started, shall we? Well, hello there. How's it going, Strife? How you been? Hope the music's not too loud. Fine, I guess. Busy. Nothing wrong with being busy. I'd rather be busy than bored, that's for sure. Something's on my mind, like everyone. Oh, you and me both. Like, even if I'm doing okay, like, part of my brain is just dedicated about worrying about everyone else. Sympathy is such a double-edged sword. The music is fine, maybe a little bit loud, but no big deal. I'll just turn it down just a little bit. So for my first turn, I'll lay one card face down. How you been, anyways? Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! I miss playing that game. Me too. I never was good at it, but I thought it was fun. At least the cards look nice. But yeah, I've been doing alright. A little bit tired, but, you know. responsibilities come first. Played Dual Links for like 3 years. Wow. Yeah, I still have my own cards somewhere in my closet. Man, I remember spending like $60 just buying like 3 packs of the Blue Eyes White Dragon cards. Because they sell them at like $20 a pop. Alright, hang on. I'm thinking about this way too technical. This is just the storyboarding. I should just focus on like... It's gonna look like a mess, but that's why it's storyboarding first. I do remember playing one of the PlayStation 2 games, and man, that was rough too. I mean, it's interesting to play, like, it was interesting to play because you're so used to your own cards, and then you play the game, and it's like, oh no, these are the cards we're gonna give you. You can't just immediately have 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. It's like, alright. Here in Latin America, TCGs are not a big deal, at least not in physical. I also collected Pokemon cards as well, but unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, I actually had absolutely no idea how to play that. I just collected the cards. It's not that good, in my opinion. The Pokemon one, I mean, yeah, I figured as much. I mean, the little jewels that you have are pretty neat. Like, the more jewels you have on a card, or is it like... They look like pebbles. I mean, that looked cool, but... Aside from that, I didn't quite understand what the rules were, so I can't really critique it. Like, I remember having, like, a VHS tape that actually explained the rules of Pokemon, the card game, and I still didn't understand it. I think I was just way too distracted with the cards themselves. I wasn't really paying attention to the video. Actually, this should be smaller. Yeah, like you need that energy things to use the move list is on the card. Oh, so it's like... It's not just turn-based, you also need to, like, charge up your card to actually do something. Oh, yeah, that's rough. Feels like it's doing way too much. But they made the game kind of slow, yeah. I mean, card games in general, you need to have some patience for it, but if you slow it down way too much, it's like... how are you supposed to do a tournament when it takes too long? Yo! How's it going? Are you too close? Let's doodle. Just working on the storyboards for this comic I'm working on, so if it seems a little rough on the edges, that's intentional. Get a little sneak preview of what's happening in my mind. It's just all rough edges. But, you know, nothing wrong with a little edge, right? But not too much, otherwise it becomes cringe. And too much cringe will kill a person. I actually looked up if you can die from embarrassment, and yes, you can. Like your brain, your heart just cannot take it. Like you can actually die of embarrassment, and that's embarrassing in it of itself. So yeah, let's try to avoid that today. Sure can. You can eat Or drink anything too much as well and die. Yeah. That's why life is better in moderation. Well, you know, that's what we tell ourselves, but, you know, it's fine to have a cheat day every once in a while. I have been trying to lose weight, though. You know, I can blame the pandemic all I want, but, I'm trying to shoot for the featherweight division. I'm not gonna give my exact numbers, but yeah, I'm trying to go for the featherweight division. If I were to do boxing, I'm trying to get into featherweight, is what I'm saying. So, you know, feel free to look up what those numbers are. I'm not gonna be saying them on stream. But yeah, I like being strong, but I don't want to sacrifice my speed, you know? And not everybody can be Muhammad Ali. Like, that guy was heavyweight division, right? And he was that fast. Outrageous. So yeah, I've been running on the treadmill, doing sit-ups. I can actually do like 125 sit-ups straight. So that's a new record for me, personally. And I've been doing it for like 3 months now. It doesn't start hurting until 90. Like, I say I can do 125 sit-ups straight, but I'm not gonna lie, it hurts. But it's always been one of my life goals to get a six-pack, so that's what I've been focusing on. Yeah, you know what, I'll just focus on the hair later. I'm just gonna move on from this. It's like, I have like this really bad habit when I'm doing the storyboards. I'm like already trying to sketch things out and add more detail, and it's like, no, you gotta move on. You just, storyboarding is just so that you can get your ideas on the page and worry about the perspective later. But you know, like my inner artist is just like, no, you gotta finish this. Immediately start sketching. You can also laugh to death. Fun fact. Oh yeah. Oof. I mean, there are worse ways to die, but still. It's like every time I laugh, I'm like, all right, hang on now. I don't want to pull anything. So just relax. But it's funny when you try not to laugh, you just laugh even harder. It's like your body's telling you, since when did you think you had control? I lost 10 pounds in less than 2 weeks. Woof. I also have gained 0 muscle mass. So yeah, I actually looked up, like, to get a six-pack, it's not nearly as complicated as I thought it would be. Just the tricky part is just getting a good control over your calories. It's like, you can get a six-pack just doing nothing. It's just you burning any excess fat. Like, everybody has a six-pack underneath everything else. It's just, you don't see it until you reach, like, a certain level of, you know, body fat. And yeah, it's tough. Like, I'm actually paying more attention to the calorie information on the back of, like, food and whatnot. But I do have a way out, though. Apples are really good for weight loss, apparently, and they're actually pretty filling. Like, they recommend, doctors recommend eating apples over, like, a chocolate bar. I mean, apples are more nutritional and they are more filling, so you just have one apple and you're, like, good. And, I've just gotten to a habit where I don't eat to the point where I'm full, I just eat to the point where I'm sated. It's like, alright, I'm good. Like, I actually want to do stuff, I don't want to go lay down. So, let's see how I do by the end of the year. Especially the end of the year. Oh my goodness, all those holidays, I really have to behave. I can ruin myself so easily. And my metabolism's pretty fast. It's just, you know, if I'm putting more calories in than I'm actually using up, that's when it becomes a problem. I remember being young. Dude, trust me, like, I felt like I was invincible, like, what, 5 years ago? I'm like, okay, wait a minute, I'm not that invincible. So, I gotta take better care of myself because, oh man. But still, like I said, the important thing is moderation. I'm not going like full-on bodybuilding mode. I don't want to put the die in diet. I have perpetual dad bod until I lose my visceral fat. Calories and portion control, yeah. And plus, if I'm gonna be sitting down and like drawing for like hours on end, I really do have to put a timer for myself to like stand up, do some stretches. Because I've already made it my life goal to be like avoiding every single pitfall that most artists have, where it's like, okay, I'm not gonna be a starving artist. I'm always gonna have, you know, money in the bank, so I don't have to worry about like forcing myself to do commissions just to, you know, put food on the table. I'm gonna have a good sleep schedule, so I'm not always tired, and I'm gonna try to be as healthy as I possibly can be. So, yeah, because you know, like even my favorite artists, they always talk about how, you know, they're super tired all the time. You know, they're not getting enough exercise, or they have to do so many commissions just to, you know, pay the bills. And it's like, all right, I gotta make like a plan to avoid every single pitfall like that, because when I draw, I want to be happy when I do it. Like I don't want to feel like I'm forced to, like I'm like handcuffed to the tablet. So, and of course, you know, having a good sleep schedule as well. It's like you can't do anything when you're tired. It's like no matter how much motivation you have, no matter what plans you laid out for the day, it's just thrown out the window when you're tired. So that's why, you know, I've been running on the treadmill, you know, getting my stamina up. It's really been helping. And it's good, too, because even if I am tired, the moment I run on the treadmill, it's like I tap into, like, a second stamina bar. It's like, huh, I guess I had more energy than I thought I did. So maybe I'm not actually tired, I'm just lazy. Have you tried flutter kicks yet for your six-pack? No, not yet. I've just been focusing on just, like, basic sit-ups. But I do want to add more exercise routines to, like, you know, improve my core. Because I have been watching a lot of YouTube videos on how to, like, get the body that you want in a reasonable amount of time. But, you know, again, as many shortcuts as there are, there's no replacement for consistency and just, like, hard work. Like, you know, is this achievable, Natty? Because, yeah, muscle takes time to, you know, develop. So, yeah, I just have to be diligent with it, and that's why I do look forward to, like, the end of the year, and I want to see how far I've progressed. I already kind of messed up a little bit. I forgot to take a picture of myself in the beginning of the year, you know, before I started exercising consistently. So I should probably do that next time I exercise, just take a picture of myself and then compare it to December. You can draw and get one of those floor bikes while you draw? Maybe. Problem is, I don't think I have enough space in my room for it, or it might actually hit my desk. So they probably do have, like, some sort of, like, exercise equipment that you can place below your desk to help, you know, keep the circulation up, but I also don't want to be sweating on my tablet either. But that is a good idea, though. But for now, I just put, like, a timer for, like, 30 minutes. I just stand up, you know, drink some water, that kind of thing. But yeah, enough about me, dude. How's your car, dude? Like, I watched the video when you were working on it. Was it like 30 minutes? I just kind of had it in the background because I was also doing something, but... I've always had an interest in cars, but the most I've ever done with my car is just make sure that's properly cleaned, you know, the interior, the exterior. I've never actually touched the engine myself because, you know, I don't want to pull anything. I do need to fix my sun shield. It broke. I mean, I've had the car for like 10 years, so I guess the plastic that held it together just finally came apart. Especially in the heat, you know? Like, I try to park in the shade, like, under a tree, but like, when it gets hot, so I'm not surprised that the plastic finally wore off and broke off. But, you know, that's what sunglasses are for, right? And of course, you know, I wouldn't mind an upgrade to my radio. I just need to save up for it. Like, the car's fully paid off and everything, it's just, you know, the interior could use some upgrades. And it's not like I'm gonna get a PlayStation 5 anytime soon, so... You know, I got money in the bank. And I do want to keep it that way, I'm not gonna splurge, oh gosh. Like, I'm always so tempted to get something, but it's like, you know what, I can wait for Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Like, I have a list of things I want to buy, but they're, like, pretty pricey, so I just file it under quality of life changes. QOL. It's like, huh, you know? I think I would love to have, like, a third monitor for my computer, but, I'm happy with my 2. So yeah, I have, like, a third monitor in my wish list under quality of life. It's nice to have, but it's not mandatory. That's the description I put down for it. Running good, may need to do some internal work because I let it rev a little high. 8,300 RPM, whoa. Plastic visor inside the car. Yeah, the sun shield, you know, the thing that has the mirror. Yeah, it broke off. The one on the left, anyway. The one on the shotgun seat is fine. But, you know, the one that I actually use, it broke off because the plastic melted. Like I said, I've had the car for like 10 years, so... Yeah. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did. Oh man, you need the visor. I could help you put it in if you want. Oh, that would be great. Yeah, next week. Like, I still have it in my car. Like, I arranged it so it still sticks to the ceiling. It's just, I can't pull it. Like, if I pull it, then it immediately, like, falls off from the plastic. Like, you'll see it where it melted. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I mean, whatever I'm more than happy to pay a service fee to get it repaired. Unless you want me to just, like, treat you out to lunch or something. Like, a meat cheese or whatever. Then by all means, yeah. It's like, you know what the Joker said? You know, if you're good at something, don't do it for free. Yeah, next week, in fact, I should just... let me put a reminder for myself. Alright. I'll show you how to do it for yourself next time. Just thanks is good for me once it's fixed. Oh, well, still, you know, if you think of something, like, want me to get you to lunch one day, by all means. Or we can, you know, just make it like a group thing. I'll get pizza for everybody. You know how much I love Marco's. But yeah, I appreciate it. My diet is too strict right now for anything tasty. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah. Guess we'll have to save it for a cheat day, huh? Yeah, I feel guilty every time I, like... We have, like, this giant tub of ice cream at my house, and it's like, I literally cannot touch this. There's just not a good time for me to eat ice cream, like, right now. And I'm like, well, I don't want it to, like, go to waste, but still. It's like... Why did I even... Oh, man. It's like, alright, look, if I'm gonna have ice cream, I'm just going to drown it with water. Like, the only drinks that I have in my life is just water, green tea, V8, and occasionally Tang. Oh, and ginger ale. Ginger ale's pretty good. I only drink Coke when I go out to, like, a restaurant or something. Like, Dude, it's been like months since I went to Wendy's. I'm actually really proud of myself, but even then it's like, okay, well, you know, compared to other fast food restaurants, Wendy's isn't too bad, but still, you know, it's a lot of calories to be burning off, just, yeah. But, you know, I'm not too hard on myself. It's like, hey, you know, it might not be good for the body, but it's good for the soul. But yeah, like, I've been pretty diligent with it. I haven't had Wendy's in, like, months. So that's wild. When it's getting to a point where you don't even remember the taste of fast food, you know you're doing something right. So there's that. Movie time. Catch you later. Well, take it easy. Are you too close? Thanks for stopping by. What about bubble tea? Oh, bubble tea's great, but there's no place nearby that actually sells it. Like, I have to travel like an hour from my house just to get some decent bubble tea. I suppose I can learn how to make it myself, which is probably a lot more cost-effective. In fact, I already have a YouTube playlist of things I want to learn how to cook, so there's that. How's it going, Liam? You made it. How's your week been? It's been pretty good. You know, almost the weekend for me. So yeah, just chilling, working on the storyboard for Cataclysm Chapter 5. Like, I went ahead and just, like, made extra pages just in case I need them. But in all honesty, Chapter 5 is, like, one of the shortest chapters. Like, I think it's the shortest chapter, and that was already, the previous... The previous chapter that had that honor was Chapter 3. Mirror Match, if you remember that one. That was only, like, 3 pages. It was this one. No, actually. Oh my goodness, no. This is also a short chapter. Wow. I completely forgot. I thought there was a 3rd page, but no, Chapter 3 was also only 2 pages. Yeah, a little Silent Hill 2 reference. But yeah, this is also a pretty short chapter. In fact, when I first thought about Cataclysm Club, it was just gonna be like a one-off series where just like little snippets of like interactions between the characters, but you know, the more I thought about it and the more I started writing it, it's like, no, this is actually a full-blown story. So that's why like the early chapters are like very quick. For one thing, it gives you a snapshot of each character's personality and just how they, you know, interact with each other, but also, you know, this is still the early phase of me writing it. So yeah, this is Chapter 5, and currently I have 29 chapters planned. I already know what the ending is, but as far as like technical detail goes, I've written up all the dialogue and all of the panels up to Chapter 11, so I still need to finish that out. Later tonight, I'm gonna continue writing it off stream. And it's pretty fun, you know, it's pretty much mandatory to write the story out in text form before you even work on it in drawing form. Like, it's not like before where you could just, like, draw, like, from imagination. It's like, no, you need to have these panels already, like, mapped out somewhere. By the way, is your VTuber a girl or a boy? Apparently it's a girl, but it looks ambiguous enough for me to use it, so I just went with that. I am a man, a manly man. But even I enjoy adorable things, so yeah. Oh, why is it doing that? Okay. But yeah, I do plan on having my own custom-made VTuber avatar someday. But for right now, I just want to focus on, like, getting these ideas out, Cataclysm Club, getting back into animation, and then when I feel like I've earned it, I can go ahead and just start making my own VTuber avatar. As far as rigging goes, I might have to commission somebody else to do it, because learning how to navigate Live 2D's menus is a lot. Like, I tried doing it myself last year, and it was not a good time. I can see why people commission riggers to do it for them. If not actually just drawing their avatar as well, like, I can handle the drawing, but, you know, setting up all the emotions and the eye tracking and all that, I'll pay somebody to do it. So that's gonna be my plan anyway. Come back from my break to finals. Alright, that looks good. How's the weather over there, Liam? It's nice and sunny, because it's been... it's been weird over here. Like, it's raining in the morning, and then later in the afternoon, it's just bright and sunny. It's like the rain didn't even happen. But then we get bombarded with pollen, and it's just... it's rough. It's like every hour I have to sneeze. But you know, I don't really have any allergies, but when there's so much pollen that it covers your car, like, it doesn't matter what color your car is, it's just gonna be yellow eventually because of all the pollen. Yeah, it's gonna make you sneeze. Well, it's very cold. Ooh. Huh. It's March. Oh, no, I shouldn't be surprised. Climate change, you know, global warming. Yeah, it's a rough time for everybody. I didn't pack enough clothes, so I'm in a bit of a hassle right now. Ooh, yeah. I've gotten to a habit where even if it's nice and warm outside, I still bring a sweater, because I know the moment I go indoors, they are just blasting the air conditioning. Actually, hang on, this one sounds good. Okay. I do need to get a new umbrella, though. The one I have, I've had for like 20 years, and there's already holes. So every once in a while, you just get hit by a lucky raindrop that just manages to get through. Hair colors that go well with hazel eyes and olive skin. Hazel eyes, huh? Hang on, I need to see this for myself. Wow, that's... Man, that is like really... Man, that is a wild color right there. That's a good question. Hazel eyes and olive skin. I'm actually curious about that, so let's... It's a really interesting color, dude. I have hazel eyes, so that's why I ask. Olive skin is like neutral with green and yellow undertones. Actually, you know what? I think I have a website. Hang on. Our resources. There it is. Okay. Right. Okay, so this website is called Color Supply. And by supply, it has 3 Y's, so it's supplyy.com. And if you want to find colors that are like complementary with each other, you can do this. And you can just see like things that might help you out a little bit. You don't have the exact... Oh, hex match. Hang on. Oh, what's the color code for Hazel? Hang on. C9 C9C789 C9C right. C9C789. That's Hazel. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so we got options here. Looks like purple. Oh, that looks nice. Gonna get some sleep tomorrow? Alright. Well, thanks for stopping by, Liam. Bye-bye. Sayonara. Rest well. Oh, my husband's eyes are amber. Nice. I just have like super dark brown eyes. In real life, not my avatar. I would like to dye my hair since everyone else usually does, for more variety in their lives, and what colors they think would look good on them. What's the color of my GF size? Yeah, it's funny how you would see somebody every day and you really have to like think about what their eye color is. It's like, man, I maintain eye contact, but like I sometimes just don't pay attention to somebody's eyes unless it's like really striking. Like I will notice if somebody has red eyes. If only it were night. Yeah, sleep well. Oh man, speaking of Metal Gear Solid, there is like a picture I need to get back to. Like I was looking back at like stuff I've been working on, and I just... Where is it? Jeez, I can't even find it. Must be an old picture. Oh shit, there it is. Yeah, speaking of color, I'm still trying to figure out, like, the canon color for my little OC. I mean, I think she looks fine already, but, you know, I mean... for the most part, the color is just based on Solid Snake, you know, from Metal Gear Solid. That's why I just reminded myself, oh yeah, I need to finish this picture. But yeah, I gotta come back to it. But yeah. It was a joke though, hers and mine are deep brown too. Well, hers are a little brighter, mine's almost black if you don't look them up close. Yeah, mine's pretty much the same. Like, I still tell people my eyes are pitch black because unless you shine a light on them, you're never gonna know that it's just super dark brown. My aunt usually has her hair either bleach or ash blonde, and now it's kind of weird for me noticing how she used to have black hair, whereas I grew up seeing her a blonde. Well, you know, blondes usually have fun, right? Not sure if they have more fun, but they have fun. What? Do you think Soul Eater should get a reboot? Absolutely. Like Brotherhood, yeah. I haven't read the manga myself, but I remember being really disappointed with the ending to Soul Eater. Like, I just felt like the final boss was just so wrong. Like, the entire series, we've just been building up to Medusa being the final boss. And then she's not the final boss. It's some other dude that shows up much later with, like, zero personality whatsoever. And then Maka and Soul beat that guy by themselves, even though early on we established that teamwork is super important. Nah, don't worry about it. Maka can do it. She just needs to fuse with Soul and she can beat this guy by herself. This guy who I don't care about. I'm telling you, Medusa should have been the final boss. She has more of a personality, and she has more of a personal beef with the characters. Seriously, it would have been one hell of a fight. Like, Soul and Maka and the rest of the team just working together to take down Medusa. And fighting alongside them would be Krona. So, yeah. That would have been a good fight. But nah. That guy's the final boss of the show. And like I said, I haven't read the manga, so maybe I don't know. I just kind of find it a little redundant, you know, that they made such a big deal of witches, and a witch isn't even the final boss. Just some generic big bad villain. It's like, what if Thanos just showed up at the end of Endgame instead of being established throughout the series, you know? But because, you know, they took their time making Thanos like this huge threat, when he finally shows up in Infinity War, he's a force to be reckoned with. So that's just kind of how I feel about Soul Eaters. Hey, you've been putting a lot of time and effort just building up Medusa, and she's not the final boss. I mean, if you think about it like in video game terms, that's not something you should ever do. If Bowser in Super Mario has been built up to be the final boss, Bowser needs to be the final boss. And don't be like, oh, we want to subvert their expectations. I'm like, no, it's not about subverting expectations. It's about avoiding false advertisement. You know, actually fight the person that you have beef with. And not just some random dude who just shows up at the end. It's like, who cares? It's not about the power, it's about the message. You can have like the most powerful villain in existence show up, but it doesn't really make it good storytelling if you didn't bother establishing that character. Oh, Krona is great. Like, I want to draw some Soul Eater characters. The problem is, I don't really have any, like... I don't have any ideas, like, in my field of vision, I guess. Like, usually when I draw a character, I already have, like, an idea in mind that I just had stocked up for a while. Dark Souls. The Dark Souls are a little bit tricky. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, the Soulsborne games, like, they do establish, like, the final boss, but you don't really get to see them all that often. Like, you'll see snippets of them sometimes, but for the most part, like, the Soulsborne games are very lore-heavy. Like, the story is just in the background, which is fine, you know, that's their style. The way I approach Soulsborne games is just, hey, I am a wandering traveler who's just stumbled upon, like, this grand adventure. I don't know anything about this world or its people, but I know I'm gonna have to fight a lot of strong people. I need a lot of strong monsters and, you know, opposition. I mean, the start of Bloodborne pretty much establishes it. It's like, hey, you know, you show up in Yharnam, get that blood administration. And, yeah, your curiosity is what takes you to the end. Because I don't know if they ever established that you can't escape Yharnam. I feel like the good hunter is only in Yharnam because they just really want to know what happened to the place. It's like, what's stopping you from leaving? Invisible walls, of course. But I mean, like, lore-wise, what's stopping you from leaving? Now that you got the blood administration, can you not just, like, go? I am gonna need a reference, though, for this. You go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life What's the song? It's actually a compilation of the final boss fight in Metal Gear Solid 4. This song is Old Snake during the fight. The previous song was Snake Eater. That one's from Metal Gear Solid 3. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite one. I still need to play Metal Gear Solid 2, but I've already watched other people play it, so I already know what happens, but it's not the same as actually, you know, playing it yourself. So there's that. Uh-oh, it's lagging a bit. I think that's just on YouTube's end, though. Oh no. Have you ever been to Japan? No, I haven't. I'd love to go, but, you know, pandemic and all that. Originally, I was supposed to go to the 2020 Olympics, but, yeah, you know, the pandemic. Good news is, because I didn't go to the Olympics, I still have the money I saved up to go, so it's nice. So when I actually do get the opportunity to, I can actually go. But, you know, before I go to Japan, I do need to, like, properly learn the language. There's no point in me going if I can't actually have a conversation with people. That's just how I feel anyway. Have you been to Japan? Nope, I'd love to go, of course. Love their culture. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting going there and just seeing all these locations that you've seen so many times in anime, and now you get to see it in real life. It's like, you watch a lot of movies and it takes place in New York or California. And you actually go there and it's like, whoa, it's just like the movies. 2000s rock. Yeah, I got spoiled, man. Like, even though I grew up in the 90s, I listened to pretty much everything. Like, my parents would be blasting 70s, 80s, 90s music on the radio all the time, so... yeah. I love all years of music. Just depends on the artist and lyrics. Do you think an artist's success is also due to their race from their music, Eminem? No, not at all. It can be a contributing factor, but that's mostly just for people's curiosity, but it's not the defining factor. It's always going to come down to talent and who you know. You can be the most talented artist in the world, but if people don't actually know you, you're not going to find much success. And if we're talking about the music industry specifically, the music industry looks for two types of artists. Ones that are talented or ones that make money. Every once in a while they get lucky and they get an artist that can do both, you know, be talented and make money. But more often than not, they're more than happy to sign off on an artist that just brings in the money. They don't need to be talented, but they need to have a huge audience, you know, people to appeal to. As far as Eminem's case goes, he has talent and he knows the right people. In, you know, with Dr. Dre. The race factor comes into play when people notice that he's white. And they're just kind of like amazed by how well he performed. Like, in a genre that's specifically African American, you know? Not that it's, you know, restricted to him. He is definitely not the first white rapper, but he's the one that blew up. So... the color of your skin is going to get people's attention, but to maintain that attention, you actually need to, you know, be talented. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're still a very superficial people. This is why first impressions are really important. Like, just, that's the first thing people notice, unfortunately. Not that you had control over the color of your skin, but that's the one that people are like, huh? Oh, 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 oh. But yeah. If you're talented and you work hard and you work smart, okay, working hard isn't the defining factor. If somebody says, oh, you're not working hard enough, that's bullshit. You're working just as hard as everybody else is, but you have to work smarter, not harder. Like, you can be the most talented person in the world, but if you don't know the right people, you're not going to get too far. You can only do so much by yourself. And if life has taught us anything, is it's really difficult to be by yourself when you're working hard on anything, really. I mean, some pursuits can be done by yourself, like writing a book. It only takes one person to write a book. But to make a movie, you need an entire crew of people, you need actors, you need cinematographers, like just, you know, so many people just to make a movie. But, music, depending on what you go for, if you're just like pure acoustic, you can just get yourself a guitar and just, you know, play on your lonesome. But, bands have more of a pull. Not only that, but when you're in a band, you are contributing to a greater idea. So if you're, you know, writing songs, it's nice to be able to talk to, you know, the singer or the guitarist or the drummer. It's tough to do things by yourself. Or if you're like a digital artist like me, it's like I can't do everything on my own, or rather I can't learn everything on my own. I watch YouTube tutorials pretty much every day just to like get a grasp on things. But, you know, there's really no replacement for actually drawing. So I can watch all the YouTube tutorials I want, but unless I actually, you know, take the time to, you know, put pen on tablet, those lessons are not going to stick. The only race people should care about is the Piston Cup. He did what in his cups? Hey, how's it going, Ray Nagasaga? NASCAR is just a cheap copy of the Piston Cup, everybody knows that. It took an insane talent like Eminem for the culture to respect white rappers, you know? I think it's also because he wasn't like the rest of the rappers. Like, if he came out spitting that gangsta shit most were doing at the time, he probably wouldn't get much as attention. And of course, you know, proper direction from Dr. Dre as well. Like, you can have raw talent, but unless you refine it and you focus it, it's not going anywhere. It's like, drawing. Like, I can spend eons just drawing random doodles, but it's not going anywhere. What I like with Cataclysm Club is I have to force myself to learn all these different skills, you know, perspective, backgrounds, foreshortening, paneling, composition, just to do a comic. This isn't even animation, and I have to, like, worry about so much. So I'm forcing myself to get out of my comfort zone to learn new skills I wouldn't have learned otherwise. Like, you know, basketball. Like, you can take a basketball and just, you know, shoot hoops with it, but until you apply, like, rules and, like, have a team going, you're not a professional basketball player. It's like, it's when you have a goal in mind that makes you go further beyond what you were planning on going to. You know, having proper direction makes all the difference in the world. And it's like what I said earlier, you need to have a plan. Have a plan. Because if you don't have a plan and you feel like you're lost, you don't have anything to fall back on. And that's what you want to avoid as much as possible. I mean, everybody's going to have their doubts, and, like, I'd be kidding myself if I said that I didn't have artist block. But even if I do have artist block, it doesn't last long because I have a list of things I want to draw or things I want to learn how to draw. And that's just what keeps me interested. And the important thing is I'm having fun. I'm not being paid to do this, so why am I worrying so much? I shouldn't worry as much. I should still care about what I'm drawing, but, you know, don't beat yourself up if you don't draw it right the first time. Like, yeah, I mean, like, I look back on, like, earlier chapters of Cataclysm Club, and I'm like, okay, this probably could, you know, use a little bit of touching up, but this is what I was able to accomplish with the skills that I had at the time. And it still looks nice. I can still look back on my old stuff and still be happy with what, you know, came of it. It really makes me sad when I hear about artists who look back on their old work and their first urge is just to delete it. It's like, oh, but those are nice, though. It's like, it's... Like, this is your legacy, man. You gotta be proud of it. Like, if it's a really terrible fucking drawing, like, it's so bad that you can't even look at it, okay, maybe. But even then, someone somewhere out there probably likes your drawing. And deleting it is just kind of like... It's a slap to the face. So, you know, don't be so itchy trigger fingery with your, old work, because that's you. It's nice to be able to look back and be like, hey, this is how much I've progressed as an artist. Or, again, like what I said earlier, it's like, you know, I need to take a picture of myself, like, because, you know, when I start working out throughout the months, it's like, alright, by December, I want to take another picture and just compare how things are going. Like how they say, you know, if you really want to lose weight, you have to weigh yourself every day. Like every time you wake up, you have to weigh yourself because you need to have it like in your mind space that you're either doing better or you're doing worse. I don't know if race plays a part, but I've seen some studies that show that most people prefer to listen to the musicians that look like them. Huh. I can see that. He's just like me. He's just like me for real. I bought this 5.1 surround sound setup. Been troubleshooting the sub all night. Seems to be working for now. Ooh. That's always a scary thing, isn't it? Like, buying something super expensive and not getting it to work, like, from the jump. Oh boy. It's true, when I first started getting into rap music, I listened to solely Eminem saying some outlandish shit like he's the best rapper without even listening to other rappers. Yeah, that's what most people do. It's like, you know, they're like, oh man, Call of Duty's like the best game ever made, and it's like, oh, what other games do you play? Just Call of Duty, okay. Like, you have fun. But yeah, I mean... It's like when you're first starting out on anything, it's like, oh man, you want to feel like the first thing you listen to is like the greatest thing ever. Or play, this is the best thing you've ever played ever. Nowadays though, I have way more black artists in my catalog of music and better stories and rappers than Eminem. No disrespect to M, it's just that other artists have some deep stories now. Yo, how's it going, Yokai? Working on Cataclysm Club, Chapter 5. It's kind of hard to tell right now, but the chapter is going to be focusing mostly on Junko and Alma. And just a quick refresher if you guys are just tuning in. Cataclysm Club is 4 members. We got Android 21, got Alma, Monica, and Junko. 21's from Dragon Ball Fighters, Alma is from F.E.A.R, Monica is from Doki Doki Literature Club, and Junko is from Danganronpa. Club president is Monica, obviously, and she brought together these three to try to restart their games. Shouldn't be any surprise, but they are the villains of their respective games. Things didn't turn out too well, and now they're just kind of stuck together. Well, not so much stuck. In reality, Monica just brought them together. And she offers them an opportunity to do a little New Game Plus. But, don't want to give up too much info. That'll be the next few chapters, but yeah, the chapter's gonna be with Alma, and it's gonna be with Junko, so that's gonna be fun. So I just had like this funny idea. Alma's gonna be on the first panel here, and she's watching TV, but, you know, in typical Ghost fashion, the TV is just pure static. So I'm gonna be looking forward to like doing the static effects and just having like a little like ominous glow around the TV. And I am tempted to have the chapter title actually be in the TV screen, but I really do want to like make it like pure static. And I think it would be way too subtle for it to be like part of the particles that show up. So I might just have like the Cataclysm Club chapter like on the side, because the way I did it in the previous chapter I was pretty happy with. There it is. I like the fact that I had it on the donut box. And I made it match, you know, the colors of Dunkin' Donuts. So yeah, chapter 4, do not ask questions. How did I do it in the previous chapter? Because I kind of want to get past, because the chapter 2, I just had it like outside of the panel. I'm like, oh, that's kind of boring. Chapter 3, that's when I really started getting into the whole, was it diegetic design? Like, here's the chapter, and it's part of the wall. And if you're wondering, the reason why you see that matrix text is because the club room itself is still being constructed. So, going back to chapter 5... Where is it? Here. Going back to chapter 5, the TV is actually on the floor. Hence why she's on the same level of it. It's actually a pretty big-ass TV, but then again, she's the smallest member in the group. Hence why you have that joke in chapter 3 where she has to stand on a stool. Now, she is a ghost. She probably could have just, like, hovered, but I thought it'd be a lot funnier if she just she just took the time to get, like, a little stool just to stand on. That's kind of the joke. And also, I do love the fact that Monica is actually peering through the mirror on the other side. So, you know. So there's that. Yeah, I think we've all been there. I used to think the same thing about Lupe Fiasco. Lupe's great. When will Angel appear in the Cataclysm Club? I'm not going to. I'm not going to pull a Quentin Tarantino and appear in my own stuff. This is a girls-only club. No boys allowed. Yes, I drew all of this. Slowly but surely, I do draw it. And like I said, Cataclysm Club is my opportunity to learn skills I would not normally have, because, you know, When it comes to drawing, man, it's so easy to be lazy and just stick with the stuff that you're used to drawing. But with Cataclysm Club, it's nice because I have like 4 different characters to draw. And they're in a club room, so I really have to, you know, do the background. Like, And, you know, I mean, the backgrounds are fun. Like, it takes time, sure, but they're basically a character in and of itself. I mean, the club room just looks like the room that she's in the actual game itself. I think the only difference is it's carpet instead of, like, floorboards. And I think I went ahead and just made it carpet because drawing floorboards is going to take even more time. So it's like, yeah, you know what? Who doesn't like a good carpet? Here's the club room in the game itself. Yeah. That's gonna take some time. I'm gonna have to use vector layers to do the crisscrossy floorboards. And also the side panels, or whatever you call it, the paneling is much thicker compared to here. It's like, boop! Actually looks like pillars. So it's just like subtle hints that this is a different club room and this isn't the room that she used in the game. So yeah. I do love this film. So dumb. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun working on this comic. You know, it's my way of just warming myself up to get back into animations, because you know that's gonna take even more time. Someone told me Kick Push is about drug dealing and not skateboarding? It's about skateboarding. It's like how people say Jerk It Out is about drug abuse or masturbation, but it's just about kicking back in general. The song Little Secrets by Passion Pit also alludes to drug use. The artist denies it as well. I don't know, man. Sometimes I just headcanon. But that was mainly because I thought he was like the best rapper during an era where most mainstream hip-hop consisted of ringtones and like dance tunes. I think Alma is my favorite, but I'm not sure why. Dang, put Soulja Boy on blast. Superman, that old. Yeah, Alma's pretty funny. Not in the game itself, obviously, but in the Cataclysm Club, where everybody's just kind of like, they're scared of her, but at the same time, they're like, okay, if you ended up here, obviously things didn't really pan out as well as you hoped. In quotation marks, obviously. I guess minor spoilers, but I've mentioned this in the previous ones, but this Alma is from the first game. This is not Alma from F.E.A.R 2 or 3. So, shit didn't exactly go south for her. In fact, if you already know these 4 characters, Alma is the only one who actually got what she wanted in the first game. We're not going to talk about F.E.A.R 2 or 3, at least not yet. But that does become a topic later on. Don't you worry. But as of right now, they're just trying to like get a feel for each other, and not in a lewd way. They're just gonna get your mind out of the gutter, and that's why in this chapter it's just Junko trying to like poke the bear a little bit. It's like, huh? It's like, I wonder. In fact, you can probably see it right now. Junko gives Alma a little Monokuma toy, and hilarity ensues. But similar to Chapter 3, this is actually a pretty short chapter as well. It's like, I had all these, like, panels, like, planned out, but these are for, like, future chapters. In reality, this was only going to be two pages at most. And I was right. I'm like, hey, look at this. I can fit all the panels on one page. And everything's good. So, yeah. Making comics is fun. It's just, it takes forever. And there will be blood! Oh yeah, it goes on a deep rant. That's my favorite too. Like, I made it her personality trait that she just keeps to herself most of the time, but if you ask her opinion on anything, she just goes off. Like, here it is. In fact, I'll show you the previous page just for context. Oh, actually, it's right here. Alright. So good news, everyone. I got us free donuts today. Aw, oh, thanks, 21. You really shouldn't have. Yeah, I don't really know what's in it. Hey, 21, if you don't mind me asking, where'd you get the donuts from? Oh, I made it myself. Oh, I made them myself! All natural. It's people. How did you... I can read minds. Conversations take too long to get to the point. All they do is distract us from the real pain we hide inside. The disgusting truth that will always fall short of everyone's expectations. And our own. Like the Naked Emperor, we cover ourselves with fake compliments and hollow pleasantries to mask our insecurities. Or some shit like that. And yeah, everyone's just kind of silent after that. Here we have Monica just looking at the donut with like, oh man. And here's Junko just sneaking into the side. It's like, oh, poke. Just grab the donuts. And more donuts. She's not too happy about it, though. I had a lot of fun coloring this page, though. Even though, like I said, this is a lot. Not only do you have all 4 characters on each panel, but you also have to worry about the background as well. And this is what I learned. If you're going to be doing a background, and this is going to be like a tracking shot like this, or a still shot, rather, just have the background be in its own separate folder so you can like immediately copy it over to the next panel and then adjust it accordingly. Like the lighting is different in this panel compared to the rest. So each, the characters are in their own folders and the little foreground here is in its own folder as well. Well, obviously not this. You can clearly see this is the finished picture, but here, let me show you the prep work for this. Chapter 4. So this is the Clip Studio file itself when it loads up. Oh gosh, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, look. Yeah, look at all these files. Now, in order to save data, because this one's like already 89 megabytes, if I know that this picture is 100% finished, I combine layers together. So even then, this is not even like the entire actually, hang on. No, I did, damn. Still, I even have like the storyboards. Oh gosh, look at these folders, dude. And of course I have like the script. Oh. Where's the script? Oh, there it is. Like I have the script already like tucked away somewhere so I can just copy and paste the dialogue. But even then, I still need to like change the font so it matches the character dialogue. Like, this font is actually the one she uses in Doki Doki Literature Club. And for 21s, I couldn't find the exact font. I just, like, looked up... I just picked the one that I thought looks the closest that it does in the game. And for Alma, she doesn't talk at all in the games itself. So I just picked the font myself. So in this case, it's like it's like typewriter font. Like something you'd see out of Resident Evil. And she doesn't have a standard text box. I think yeah. She doesn't have a text box because it almost feels like she's talking directly into your mind and not actually out loud. But for the sake of convenience, yeah, she does speak out loud. It's just... yeah. I think it's a lot more unsettling when the text just doesn't... it's not boxed in anywhere compared to everyone else. I do look forward to Chapter 5 because it's actually going to be the first time I'll use that technique for Junko, because in the previous chapter, she didn't have a text box, she just talked. The previous chapter can't even talk. Chapter 2, where is it? Here it is. In Chapter 2, I was just using standard text boxes. My favorite part of working on Cataclysm Club is just, like, the self-discovery. It's like, oh, these little details I can add. And it wasn't until the next page where I figured, hey, you know, why don't I just use the text boxes from the games? That's why you got here. And then I just stuck with that. It's like, alright. You know, Monica shouldn't be the only one who actually uses her own text boxes. So. There's a lot of fun fourth wall breaking jokes and all that. Like the fact that as things get more intense, like the panels just start like falling apart. It's like, oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, that's the past. Let's focus on the future, shall we? More the present. Bloodshed implies there is blood in the shed. Or like 50 Cent, blood on the sand. A bloody shed implies an incompetent carpenter. It's not my fault the carpenter bled so much after I beheaded him. Monica's got that Soylent Green donut. In fact, if you notice, like, the donuts are all, like, color coordinated to match their characters. I think the only one that's off is just the chocolate donut, but how are you going to get a box of donuts and not have chocolate? It's like, it's impossible. Inconceivable. Yo, did anyone know that Pusha T wrote the slogan for McDonald's? I'm loving it. What? One of the hardest Coke rappers in the game wrote the most iconic fast food slogans. Oh, if it works, it works. Can't fault the hustle. I feel like punching something really fast. Nanomachine, son. played college ball, you know. Jack Garland's fist hit Arden in response to physical trauma. Saucy Jack. I'm glad that game has survived thanks to the memes. Have you made any progress on FF Origins? Yeah, I got a new party member. Her name's Sophia, which S-O-P-H-I-A. That broke the rule. Her name is 6 letters. So we got Jack, got Jed, Ash, and Neon, and now we have Sophia, and her name goes over the 4-letter limit. So I'm disappointed. But still, the point still stands. The number is wrong. It was supposed to be 4 Warriors of Light, and now there's 5. Something's not right. Watch them pull a FF7 remake and be like, oh no, this is actually a sequel to Final Fantasy 1. It's like, why? Ah, you thought this was Final Fantasy 1 remake, but in reality it's Final Fantasy 1 X2. Advent Children. God damn it. I don't think Square Enix ever wants to make a proper remake, like ever. It has to be a sequel. You have no other option. But yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. I had to bump it down to normal difficulty because when I played co-op with a friend, we bumped it up to hard because, hey, we're already playing co-op. We might as well bump it up to hard difficulty so we're not just gonna be like steamrolling people. But playing hard mode by yourself, yikes, dude. It's like Neo levels of difficulty when you fight a boss. You will die in 2 combos. Like, And I don't like the fact that it does like the Killzone 1 and 2 thing where you can revive your teammates when they go down, but they don't do it for you when you go down. So that's annoying. They fixed that in Killzone 3. And I can't remember if Gears of War did that from the get-go. But I feel like they did. I feel like Gears of War, you can pick up your teammates when they go down, and they can pick you up when you're down. But I just remember distinctly that Killzone didn't do that until the third game. And Killzone Shadowfall, you literally have a drone that follows you around that can pick you up if you get incapacitated. But only like for a couple of times. After that, you have to beat the game legit. Or you have to beat the level legit, because I think they refill your in-caps after you complete the level. But yeah, Final Fantasy Origins really fun from a gameplay standpoint, and just seeing Jack just not care about like anything else except killing Chaos is amazing. Like, you guys didn't see it, or at least probably didn't see it. Or maybe you did, I don't know. But there's this moment where he's like talking to a dark elf. And the dark elf is about to tell him about, you know, his backstory. It's like, you know, oh, we dark elves, we... And then Jack cuts him off. He's like, just tell us about the crystals. That's all I want to know. He literally holds his hand up to stop him from talking. He's like, alright, no. I don't need the lore. Just tell me about the crystals. It's like... Because apparently the crystals are like tied to Chaos somehow. And I find that really hilarious though, that they could not even like stop people from just figuring out like the whole game. Like, they kind of spoiled it for themselves as well, because they released like a statue of Garland. The statue's literally called Jack Garland statue. And it's like, isn't that Chaos? No, it's Garland. So yeah, like, I don't know how it's gonna pan out. I just know that, yeah, Jack's last name is Garland. It's like, alright. That's cool. And like I said before, I don't know if it was just... How did they not know this was gonna be like the most memed game of 2022? It's like, why is everyone laughing about Chaos? This game is super serious. It's like, you can't just make like the edgiest character in 2022 and not be aware of just how edgy this man is. So yeah. I am enjoying FF Origins. Can't wait to get back into it. What exactly is Final Fantasy VII Remake if not a remake? It's a sequel. Like 100% a sequel. Like, it starts off pretty normal, but then they start throwing in like time ghosts, and Sephiroth shows up in like chapter 1, and it's like, alright, this isn't actually a remake, this is a sequel. Like, FF7 Remake assumes you've played the original, you've played Dirge Cerberus, you watched Advent Children, and then you play FF7 Remake. Which, it's not even a remake, it's FF7X3. So yeah, that remake part is false advertisement, which is really frustrating, but it is what it is. It's frustrating because, you know, a lot of people are going to jump into it and be like, oh, can I play this instead of the original? And I'm like, no, oh my gosh, don't do that. You have to play the original and play Dirge of Cerberus and Advent Children. You essentially have to spoil so much just to get ready for a remake. Like, yeah, I guess you could just watch like a compilation on YouTube about like all the events leading up to remake, but you can't just jump into remake with like no consequences whatsoever. The gold standard of remakes is still Resident Evil Remake. And Resident Evil 2 Remake is really good, but even then, that one's kind of missing content as well. Not nearly to the same degree as Resident Evil 3 Remake, but yeah, after you beat Resident Evil 2 remake with both Leon and Claire, and then you switch it around. What if I play as Claire first and then Leon? Nothing changes after you fight William Birkin the first time. Like, once you get into the sewers, like, everything's exactly the same. Like, all the cutscenes are the same, just everything. The only thing that changes is just enemy placement and puzzle solutions, which is really disappointing. Because, you know, in the original Resident Evil 2, it actually made a difference if you played as Claire or Leon first. But in in RE2 remake, no. After you get out of the police station, it's the exact same game. Same cutscenes and everything. Which is, you know, disappointing. But it's still a very good game. I enjoyed it. I love, like, the compromise they did where, yeah, it's over-the-shoulder third-person camera, so nailing headshots is pretty easy, but the zombies are outrageously durable. Like, ridiculous. Like, to the point where it doesn't even make sense sometimes. Like, you've shot this zombie in the head like 20 times, and it's still getting back up. Like, by that point, your brain is more lead than actual gray matter. It's just the game just being difficult, because it has that adaptive difficulty from Resident Evil 4. Because in Resident Evil 4, if the game detects that you're doing really good, you know, you're not missing your shots, you're doing really well with healing items, they make parasites pop up more often. Like when you pop somebody's head. That's why flash grenades are so powerful in RE4. Speaking of which, I actually installed the HD texture mod for it, which is like 36 gigabytes. But yeah, it's really impressive. Like, the guy worked on this mod for 8 years, recreating every single texture in the game and making it HD. Like, you know, with the power of Photoshop and Google, it's amazing how much texture you can find online. And he was able to match up, like, every little detail, just restoring it. Because when you play Resident Evil 4, even though they claim it to be HD, it's not. Like, the textures are very blurry and muddy. And, yeah. The only thing they did was just make Leon's t-shirt darker. Called it a day. But the HD Project mod, they actually took the time to replace every single texture. It's outrageous. Maybe later on, towards the end of the stream, I can probably boot it up, and you can see just, like, after you play it for a while, things just kind of blend into the background. But that's kind of the whole point of the HD project, is it's not supposed to, like, give you a brand new experience. It's just supposed to restore what was the original intention of the game. Because, you know, when the game first came out, it was on the GameCube. And because it's on the GameCube, they had to do a lot of compression, which saves them on a lot of space, but in the sacrifice of detail. So the HD Project mod is just, here's what the texture would have looked like if it wasn't released on the GameCube first. So, yeah. Props to them, because, like, 8 years just working on a passion project like that? Like, man. Dedicated. Yeah, the gameplay of FF7 Remake is really good. Like, oh my goodness, I love what they did to allow you to play as every character. It's fantastic. Like, FIFA literally has combos. It's just the story that I'm like, I kind of have to roll my eyes, because they do a lot of things that are just terrible. Like, I mentioned the time ghosts, but yeah, the time ghosts are like the worst thing about FF7 Remake. It just removes any kind of, like, logic in the game. Like, I know, I get it, you know, it's Final Fantasy, but still, like, the time ghosts is going too far. Like, me and another friend of mine already agreed to call them, like, time janitors. It's like... And even then, they're not even good at their job. So, yeah. I was even getting annoyed at Sephiroth, because they kept using him. Like, the whole point... Nothing will ever beat Sephiroth's introduction in the original FF7, because it's like you're following a massacre. Like, you first get a hint about Sephiroth when you're, like, exploring the open world in quotation marks, and you just see, like, this dead body of this giant snake. And you can fight that giant snake on your own, but you're probably not going to do too well because this is still early into the game. And your best option is just to run away from the giant snake. But you would later find the dead body of one, and it's like, whoa. Who did this? It's like, without even mentioning his name, you know that it's Sephiroth who killed the giant snake with, like, no sweat. It's like, that's how much of a power gap there is. And then you get to Shinra Tower, and you get captured, you and your crew, and then suddenly the doors open up, and it's like, huh, what happened? And then you walk down this hallway, and this creepy music is playing, and all the soldiers that were guarding outside are dead, and you're just following this blood trail back to Shinra's office, and you just, like, catch a glimpse of Sephiroth. And it's like, oh man, this is the guy you have to fight? So yeah, but that moment, not only is that moment completely gone in Remake, but you see Sephiroth so often, it's kind of a joke when you actually, you know, fight him, like, properly. Not even so much a joke, but it's like, dude, I literally saw you, like, 5 minutes ago. This isn't even a surprise anymore. And I hate it so much because they mentioned in an interview that, oh, we didn't establish Sephiroth's character in Remake because we assume everybody already knows who Sephiroth is. It's like, even if that's true, you should not do that from a storytelling standpoint. like you rob your villain of a good introduction because, oh, we assume everybody knows who he is. It's like, oh, yikes. Oh, wow. For the Switch. Yeah, the remake definitely feels stretched out. There's, like, 2 chapters in the sewer that they could have removed. And there's, like, a ghost train yard section that goes on for, like, 2 hours. And the original, you go through that ghost train yard in, like, 5 minutes. like, there is so many moments in Remake that just drag itself out for no reason. Like, the gameplay's still fun, it's just, do we really need to have another sewer chapter? Like, what I loved about the original is, like, you really do feel like you're on this adventure with this crew, and you're just going from place to place, and you do have opportunities to talk to people, but you're kind of in a hurry. You're kind of supposed to be saving the world right now. But in Remake, they just drag it out. Like, it's... again, gameplay's still fun, but the story and certain level designs just goes on way too long. And also, I'm not even gonna hesitate saying this, the side missions in FF7 Remake are trash. Just absolutely trash. Like, there's only one memorable one. It's one where Tifa and Cloud collect cats for this little girl. That's it. That's the only side mission I thought was memorable. Everything else is so by the numbers. I question why they even bothered including them in the first place. Like, I get it, you know, not everybody can have, like, Yakuza 0 type side missions, or Persona 5 side missions, but come on, this is Square Enix we're talking about. You would think Square Enix would actually know how to do proper side missions by this point. On a side note, the side missions in FF Origin are pretty good. Similar to Jack, they don't care about the story, you just go in and you just fight. It's like, alright, what's this mission? You go kill 4 Tonberries, good luck. It's like, okay, that's gonna be tough, and it is. The Tonberries in FF Origin are ridiculous, alright? If you don't have Mage equipped, you're in for a bad time. Because fighting them point blank is suicide. What's good with Mage is you will always have MP, you just have to hold down the casting ability. Like, I didn't realize that. I thought I had to go in, you know, hit him a few times to get my MP back. But no, you can just camp in a corner and just hold down the cast button and wait for your MP to fill up and then just fire from a distance. It's like, that's the best way to deal with Tonberries in FF Origin, is just to camp. Otherwise, they will one-shot you. It's... Even on normal difficulty, Tonberries are a mess. But still, FF7 Remake is fun to play, just keep in mind that the story is just... It's a mess, dude. And I will retract my opinion on it when the next entry comes out, but even then, who knows when that's gonna come out. The great thing about FF7, the original, is you have the complete story out of the box. You don't have to wait for a sequel, you don't have to wait for DLC, the story is done. And that's the best thing about it. And it's a really good story, too. There's some problematic moments in there, of course, I mean, you know, it's an old game. But still, for what the game is, it's fantastic, and I understand why a lot of people loved it. Like, I didn't play it until, like, 4 years ago, because I wanted to, like, beat it before I played Remake, but what ended up happening is I actually played them side by side, so it was really interesting seeing the original game and then playing that section of whatever I was playing in the Remake. But that quickly fell apart when Remake was just dragging out chapters. It's like, huh, why is this sewer chapter going on for so long? I'm already done with it in the original. So if you want to pick it up on sale, by all means go for it. I would rather you buy Square Enix's games than their NFTs. Like, just, I don't know, man. Square Enix is just all over the place. I am surprised they even allowed FF Origin to come out, because it is just the most anti-Final Fantasy game that I've experienced. I haven't played Dissidia, but it's just so weird to be playing a game that just... It's just Dark Souls. Like, you go through levels, you rest at bonfires, or in this case, cubes. You know, you get your healing items back, and you can switch between different classes. So yeah, it's a mix between, like, Dark Souls and Code Vein, because Code Vein allows you to switch fighting styles, like, on the fly, which is cool. Also, holy shit, I probably shouldn't be playing this song, because this song is, like, cursed. As far as copyright goes, this song is cursed. There's a reason why they could not get Heavenly Star in the HD ports of No More Heroes. It's because that game is that song is apparently a copyright nightmare. But it is a great song, though. Just yeah, Sephiroth shows up like every chapter in Remake, like every chapter, and he gets really close to Cloud as well. I was just waiting for him to start kissing. It's like, hey Cloud, you want to make out, like? It's like, dude. Like, they're trying to make Sephiroth like super intimidating, but he just comes off as like really thirsty. It's like, alright man, just somebody's into it. First fantasy. I love this song. Yeah, all Square Enix games have that gay undertone. Not bad, it's just there. Clouds are just dusty water droplets and Sephiroth's thirsty. It's so cursed, but I believe it. And I just love the fact that Jack is just so, like, he doesn't care about anything else but killing Chaos. Like, if he thought that Cloud was a little, like, single-minded, oh my gosh, here's Jack. Jack motherfucking Garland. It's like, I don't care. I just want to kill Chaos. Oh my gosh. It's not a want, it's a need. I need to kill Chaos. I have to. Also, before I embarrass myself drawing hands again, let me look at a reference to somebody holding up a teddy bear. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. I don't see a stock photo that's exactly what I want. Holding up a teddy bear towards the camera. Okay, this one will have to do. I don't have to worry about drawing the hand like perfectly, but I still need to like... I think Monokuma should be bigger. No, that's not it. There you go. Are the No More Heroes ports to Switch a decent enough representation of the originals? Be an entry? Yes, I would say so. The only thing missing is just the Heavenly Star song that played earlier. That used to be in No More Heroes 1, but they had to take it out because license ran out, and copyright for that song is a major pain, so yeah. It runs much better than the previous games as well. The only thing that I notice is that on the Switch version of the game, waggling, you know, shaking your controller to recharge the battery is not nearly as nice as it is on the Wiimote. Like, there's like a little bit of a lag. So you don't have like that nice jerking motion when you're recharging the katana. It's like boop boop, and then it stops, and then boop 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 again. Like, it's got like a weird rhythm. So yeah, it's not nearly as smooth as the Wiimote. Aside from that, yeah, anybody can pick up the Switch versions of the games and have fun. I would say, from what I hear, it's a much better idea to do that than try to get the Steam version. Apparently the PC port's not looking too good. I don't know, maybe they already patched it already, but I wouldn't bet on it. Yeah, they're close enough. Stroking isn't as smooth. It. Oh, and the load screens are much faster. I forgot to mention, that's also nice. The OG Wii version will always be superior, but the Switch versions are without a doubt better than the PS3 and PC port. I've only played No More Heroes 2 and 3 on the Switch, but the Joy-Con controllers are so close to the original feel of the Wiimote that's basically the same. They changed a lot of small details too. Certain songs playing in certain areas, some textures being slightly different, things you would only pick up on if you played the original on the Wii. $100 for the Switch port? Whoa. You can just wait for like a sale. Usually it's cheaper to get it digitally. Ugh. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point as far as storyboarding goes. That was just my plan for today. Sketching is a completely different beast, and I don't want to immediately do that after working on the storyboard. If anything, I'm gonna have to tighten up the figures a bit, because this is just me, like, doing the construction without too many references, so, probably my plan for tomorrow is just to refine it a bit. So, if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, that's gonna be what my plan is, just sketch. But yeah, I would say, you know, if you have a Wii, then yeah, might as well, you know, just get the original just to experience it. If not, you know, just wait for a sale on the Nintendo Switch. I know I can get it digitally, but I'm pretty anal about that, and I prefer physical copies when I get them. Yeah, same here. I prefer physical copies. But yeah, $100 is no joke, though. Oh yeah, let's see how well Resident Evil 4 is gonna play out with me streaming at the same time. I mean, it's Resident Evil 4, I can't imagine it being too taxing on my computer, but still, I have the HD textures installed, so we'll see. Just plug in my controller real quick. I'm the opposite. I've gone full digital. I've moved too many times and I don't have enough space for all these physical copies, and I completely understand that. And you have to worry about, like, packing the boxes properly, because, man, if that shit, like, breaks, those are all your games out the window. But not that, you know, digital is perfect either. If you get locked out of your account or they stop selling a game, like, if it's PT, it's like, damn, dude, you can't re-download that. So yeah, there's pros and cons to both, but yeah, I do prefer physical as well. But that's only because I don't move that often. So it really just depends on the individual. I mean, I have plenty of games on Steam that I don't really have plans of getting physically, so, you know, I guess it depends on the platform as well. I'd love this song, though. There's a reason why I did a messing with medleys video of this chapter with Alice Twilight. Just gonna play like 30 minutes of Residential Evil 4. Because I know it's already getting pretty late, but I just want to show off the HD texture mod. Nani? I probably should have titled the stream Doodling and Gaming, but, you know, guess that's just my streams. It's like, you don't know what you're gonna get, right? Okay. Limited edition versions of the Switch ports would look nice on a shelf, though. They have those. Oh, that's why it's $100. Yeah, I have that. I have the little flag. Soundtrack and And again, the soundtrack doesn't include Heavenly Star and the Hatsune Miku song, which is unfortunate. So yeah, on surface level, it looks like nothing has changed, but in reality, these textures are fantastic, and you're not really gonna get much of it because this is a 720p stream, but the whole idea of the HD project is just to restore the textures as they should have been without the compression. And up on top of that, they even added the silencer back. If you remember, the suppressor was exclusive to Albert Wesker, but at some point in time, it would have been part of the main game, but they just didn't decide to go with it for some reason. I don't think it allows you to sneak up on people. It just makes this thing like a headshot machine. The turning point for me was when I pre-ordered the PS3 Collector's Edition of Persona 5 and let it sit in the plastic for 3 years. Then I eventually was like, yeah, I'm never going to touch this, doubled my money and flipped it. Yeah, fair enough. I have that same feeling too sometimes where I get like a limited edition version of something and it's like, I feel bad opening this for some reason. But I'm like, you know what? No, it's mine. I paid for it. I need to enjoy it. I actually want to open up the box and see what's inside. It's my money and I need to open this now. So, yeah. Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games of all time. This and Remake, I flip on a dime. Like, if you were to ask me, hey, which one's your favorite Resident Evil game? And I'm like, Remake or 4? I'm not choosing one or the other. I have to say Remake and 4. And this game just kind of comes naturally to me. Only bad thing about the HD mod, it's not compatible with PlayStation button prompts. So you're still going to get the PC prompts. And that's fine because I'm already used to Xbox controllers. But it would have been nice if I could use like the PlayStation controller mod for it. Is that guy dead? No. Unopened copy of Mega Man X8, which came out in 2004. Whoa. I have an unopened copy of Doki Doki Plus for PlayStation 4 and 5. And it wasn't until later I found out that they were censored, and I'm like, oh, that's a shame. I mean, the way they censored it looks pretty good, too, but I'm still very anti-censorship, so any kind of censorship, I'm like, ah. So, they're still in the wrap. I did open the Switch version, because I actually wanted to play it at some point. Run, Ashley, run!
Wait. Follow me.
I do find it funny that even after all these years, people are still annoyed by Ashley, and I'm like, why? Like, every time she's with you, I just treat her like an extra hitbox. It's like, I just have to be aware of my surroundings a lot more than I'm used to. And every chance I get, if I have the yellow herb, I have to give it to her, just so that she gets to a point where she's not going to get one-shotted if she gets hit by something. Especially dynamite, because once they start throwing it, there is no time to dodge it if she's behind me. So I want the comfort knowing that she can tank damage. Like, I'm fine. I don't get hit. Look at all my ammo. I'm going to be okay. But it's Ashley, you know, the whole point of the game, you rescuing her, that you really have to make her health your priority. And like with the knife, like you need to like wait an extra second for her to like hunch over. Because there have been times I've accidentally hit her with the knife. Even if she's behind me, you have to wait for her to do that little crouching motion so that she's now invincible. I can't hit her with my knife. She will literally slide with me.
Wait. Follow me.
At that point, I would just keep it forever. Not a bad idea. Gotcha. Okay. I was about to say, why is that one not firing? And yeah, I remember I already got that guy. Okay. See what I mean? These are the PC controls. Not sure how well you can see it, but yeah, the textures on the walls are just, like, fantastic. God, I can only imagine how long this took. Well, I mean, I just said 8 years, but still.
Welcome. Got some rare.
The gold shines way more in this modded version. Yeah, I noticed
What are
that
you
too.
selling?
It actually looks like gold and not like earwax yellow.
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you. What are you buying?
What are you buying?
Is that all straight? Thank you. Come back anytime.
I would say that the TMP is the most overpowered weapon in the game that isn't infinite, because you just have a machine gun. Like, this thing stuns people like you won't believe. And the only, like, compromise I've given myself for using it is I don't upgrade the capacity. I'll make do with 30 rounds. But yeah, man, like, just the texture work, oh my goodness. Got this egg. Can I offer you an egg during these trying times? It's like, man, I can only imagine how many hours... I mean, I keep saying 8 years, but still, like, just... How much of Photoshop did you need to, like, just make everything clean again? That's wild. Yo, how's it going, Your Majesty? Just playing a little bit of Resident Evil 4, if you remember this game. But I'm playing the PC version, and this is modded to have HD textures, 37 gigabytes worth.
Where's your current location?
And the reason why this is impressive is because it took this modder 8 years to find and clean up all the textures for this game. Because if you were to play the game right now, the textures are like super blurry and muddy because they're just like upscaled JPEG images.
I need you to...
What?
But
Repeat, Hunnigan. Great. Just my luck.
yeah. Like, I mean, like this. He had to find this exact painting to restore it to look as good as it does now. Like, this is literally art. This is art! Like, look at that sword! It looks like a sword and not like a jaggy pixel thingy. Look at that gold. Okay. Yeah. Alright, that's the problem. Oh, that's not a good sound. Oh, scheisse. Alright. Yeah, remember Resident Evil 4? There's no quick switch. There's no quick swap. Oh! So if you see me constantly pausing, it's because I gotta switch weapons. Yeah, just, you know, keep walking a straight line and it'll work eventually. Man, I'm telling you, I know this game like the back of my hand. I'm good enough to play it with minimum worries, but I'm not good enough to play it and speedrun, if that makes sense. See, no damage. Are you impressed? Took down all those guys by myself. She doesn't care. Playing the Steam version. Oh, it's in Spain. No, you're good. I've been speaking English 90% of my life, and I still fumble my words. If you're wondering why I keep equipping grenades, it's because I like the running animation. See what I mean? I like the running animation for it, and I haven't tested this, but it makes me feel like I run faster doing this.
Leon!
Louis.
I've got something for you guys.
His dick.
What? Oh, shit! I must have dropped it when I was running away from them.
You dropped your dick?
A drug that'll stop your convulsions.
It's a low blow, but I
I
had
know you're
to.
carriers. You've been coughing up blood, right?
Yeah.
And you.
Yes.
Damn it! The eggs have hatched. We don't have much time.
What are you talking about?
I have to go back and get it.
Let me come with you.
No. You stay here with Leon. He is better with the ladies. I'm sure.
Look at his vest. Like, the patterns, you
Why are
can literally
making
see
me
it.
feel better. Let's just leave it at
The texture is so amazing. It doesn't look like a JPEG. It actually looks like a pattern that you would stitch on a vest. I would be impressed if you gave me all that gold. I'd be impressed if I even found that much. No.
Mátalo.
Oh, Ashley. That's not good. Oh, scheisse. Let's back up just a little bit. Just a little bit. See what I mean? Like, I'm doing pretty well, and now parasites are popping up every, like, 2 seconds. So, alright. We gotta get rid of your ammo, just a little bit. How did you get a silencer? The mod has this hidden room. Do you remember that section after the cabin fight when you're holding off that horde with Lewis? And you have to choose between going left to fight the 2 chainsaw ladies or go right to fight the giant El Gigante. Choose the one that goes left, and there should be a room like midway through the map, like after you beat the chainsaw ladies, and if you follow that room all the way to its conclusion, there's like a hidden part. In fact, next save point, I will reload an earlier chapter. It's probably before the cabin sequence though, and I'll show you where that hidden section is. Are they not? Where are they? Shut. Man, this game still gets me. I didn't even see the crosshair. I'm just built different. But yeah, if you follow that section to its conclusion, they have the suppressor. Like, he just added it into the game because why not? It's like, it's his mod. Oh my gosh, Ashley, duck! I was looking at chat. I would always do both of them. More treasure. Same here. The one that gets me, though, is El Gigante, because, remember, Ashley's with you, so you really have to, like, tell her to hide in a cabin, and you just fight El Gigante and drop rocks on him. A key! That was it? Oh, wow! Usually there's another guy. I'm telling you, no matter how many years pass, this game Back of my hand. You know, you gotta love those games that you can always go back to and play with confidence. And it's good to play games like this because it's like, you don't want to be so focused on the game that you're not actually, you know, talking with people. But you don't want to be like, the game is basically playing itself that you can't even keep your eyes on the screen for more than like 2 seconds because what you're doing is just so autopilot-y. Isn't there like a... Okay, above. Oh, take it easy, Zardaffer. Have a good night.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
Thanks for stopping
Who
by.
are you?
Me llamo Ramon Salazar, the 8th Castellan of this magnificent architecture. I have been honored with the prodigious power from the great Lord Sadler. I've been expecting you, my brethrens.
No thanks, bro.
Bruh.
My, we've got a feisty one. If you care for your own well-being, I suggest you surrender yourself and simply become our hostage. Or Mr. Scott, you can give us the girl because you're not worth a penny, I'm afraid. You can die.
I'm never turning into one of them. Never.
Got that right. We'll find a cure.
Now, what I am curious is, did they fix the knight armor for Ashley and the gangster outfit for Leon? Because those outfits were actually exclusive to the PlayStation 2 version. And because of that, they don't show up in cutscenes. Even if you're playing like the PlayStation 4 version of Resident Evil 4 and you're wearing the gangster outfit and Ashley's wearing the knight armor, they don't show up in cutscenes. So I'm wondering if the HD remaster, or sorry, the HD Project mod actually fixes that. Because the cutscenes are rendered in-game, so I'm just wondering if they bothered to fix that. One thing they absolutely could not do, they couldn't do anything about, was the pre-rendered cutscenes for Separate Ways, you know, with Ada. Those are hard pre-rendered, like, you can't do anything about that. But for the main game, Resident Evil 4, and I want to say Assignment Ada as well, like, it's fine. I'm weak. Taking the music out of this game gives it such a different vibe. What do you say, bruh? Did you play this game without music before? I've never tried that. In fact, can I do that? I mean, if you did, probably, yeah. Huh. Well, not from here. Because it would be interesting to do like a messing with Medley's video with Resident Evil 4. Oh. I skipped the cutscene and just completely zoomed in on her ass. That was important. That's part of the plot.
Got a selection. What are you selling?
What are you buying?
Is that all? What are you buying? Come back anytime.
Anytime. I've never tried it, but the dialogue is so laughable.
I'd rather not hear it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid I have to tell you anyway. We've lost contact with the chopper.
See, Resident Evil 4 is just like pitch perfect with its tone.
Great.
Like, it still has its horror elements, but it knows that it's got that camp value as well. Resident Evil 6 just went off the rail with it, and that's the problem. In fact, I think I would have liked Resident Evil 6 a lot more if it wasn't called Resident Evil 6. If you told me if it was like
What are we gonna do, Leon?
Dead Zombie Outbreak 3, I would have been fine with it, but the fact that it has Resident Evil in the title, I'm gonna have to compare it to the previous games.
Leon! Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing. Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Is she... well,
You mean
don't
zoom
worry.
in on her
She's
touche?
cool. Never mind. There's supposed to be some kind of obvious symptom before you turn into one of them anyway.
Zoom in on her backstory.
Ashley, upstairs.
Okay, it's game time.
It's game time. Such a fun little chapter. Like this cabin sequence is so good. I think like every single Resident Evil game after this one tries to make their version of it, and it just never compares to this one. Hell, even the Evil Within 1 and 2 had a cabin section, just because. I still like Resident Evil 5, played it with so many people. Absolutely. Like, single player is trash. Well, not really trash. It's just... dealing with your teammate AI is such a hassle. And if you don't have the right gun for Sheva or Chris, depending on who you play, it's a mess. But if you give Sheva a sniper rifle or a shotgun, it's fine. What? Okay, I forgot. Okay, for this point, at this point in the game, I can only get hit twice, because look at my health. It's only like 5.5 bars. So you get hit once. If you get hit another time, that's death. Holy shit. Okay. So that's the only downside to giving all your yellow herbs to Ashley. Yeah, you really cannot get hit. Just period. So yeah. All the ammo in the world isn't gonna save you if you get hit. Also, parasites. If they hit you, that's like 4 bars of health right there. That was rough. So yeah, if I get hit, I have to heal immediately with no hesitation, because that's rough. Good news is, if I do need to heal, I do have that nice yellow herb I can use for myself. But yeah, check out the Red 9, dude. You can see the increments on the iron sight. Like, that's how much detail is on the mod. Like, you can see the numbers.
Use this. Use this.
Okay. Wow, that's a problem. All things considered, we're doing pretty well. We haven't even moved on to the second floor yet. I mean, things get bad, Lewis immediately goes for the second floor. He's like, hey, we gotta go.
Leon, upstairs.
There you go.
Use this.
Shit! Shit! Reload! Ah! Oh, it's lagging! There's just so much going on. The game is lagging, and I'm streaming as well. I don't think OBS is happy with me.
Use this.
Thank you, Lewis. Man, this game is so much fun. Like, every time I play this game, there's just a smile on my face, even if, like, the worst thing is possibly happening. And I think that's my favorite part of horror games. Like, as scary and as overwhelming as it can be, once you get a handle on things, like, you have confidence. But yeah, this cabin section is much longer than I remember it being. And I guess it really just has to come down to just the adaptive difficulty I mentioned, where it's like, hey, if you're doing good, we're just gonna go ahead and add like an extra minute to the cabin of you just holding off people. We don't want you to have too much ammo before you get to the castle.
Use this.
Here we go. Swapping out the machine gun. Alright. Yeah, this is going on for a while, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, okay. Yo, how's it going, Syrup?
Looks like they're backing off.
Doing pretty good. Just wanted to show off Resident Evil 4 a bit. I already finished the storyboarding for Cataclysm Club Chapter 5, so just wanted to show off this
You guys
section.
go on ahead.
I took the time to install the HD mod for Resident Evil 4, and yeah, I just wanted to show that off. Yo. So yeah, we're just gonna immediately go for the chainsaw ladies. It shouldn't be too bad. As long as, you know, I put my back against the wall and just hold off. Just make sure I'm not missing any ammo that was dropped. But yeah, how you been, Syrup? How's your day been? Lewis really walked out the cabin like there wasn't 100 guys out there 10 seconds ago. So yeah, you'd think you'd wait like a few minutes just to make sure they all cleared out. But yeah, Resident Evil 5, I met a lot of good friends playing that game. It's like the AI is so shoddy that it forces you to make friends. You gotta appreciate it. You would have a machine gun, typical. I'm just, I'm an American. I have an excuse. Oh, there will be blood. Ever seen that movie, There Will Be Blood? It was okay. Daniel Day-Lewis is the highlight. After that, that's pretty much it. The movie is very, very much a slow burn. You're just watching people be miserable for like 2 hours or so. If it wasn't 2 hours, man, it felt like 2 hours. But again, it's just carried by Daniel Day-Lewis's performance, which is fantastic. It's just... It's not really the kind of movie I watch. I was just curious why it was getting all these, you know, high praise. Yeah, I understand why. It's just... It's a very miserable movie to watch. So if you're into that, by all means go for it. It's just... I don't think I'm ever gonna go back and watch it. Like, I will occasionally watch scenes on it on YouTube, but... If you were to ask me to watch There Will Be Blood again... I'm gonna have to ask for some monetary compensation. And I think there is a soundtrack for There Will Be Blood, but I think it was relying more on the ambiance. So there's just long periods of time where there's just no music playing at all. You just hear like the wilderness. I would say it's a good movie to fall asleep to. I feel like, yeah, I mean... Aside from everybody being miserable, you can probably watch it and just be relaxed by just the sounds of nature. Chainsaw ladies. You bitch. And of course you pop a parasite. Why? Woo! Reload. That's such bullshit, they don't take friendly fire. It's fine, I got my own fire. I'm glad the game's lagging, because I have more time to switch. I gotta be careful, that chainsaw lady's gonna be climbing up the ladder. Which I should probably kick down. Oh shit! Okay, hang on. Again. Reload. Oh man, she went flying. Most miserable movie I've ever seen. And the scariest is Requiem for a Dream. Yeah, I agree with you there. It's not the scariest movie for me, but it was like really unsettling. But yeah, it was definitely miserable, and I don't think I'm ever gonna watch that again. Which, you know, not every movie needs to be like a feel-good time. It's just... It's not something you typically go for because, you know, life itself is already pretty hard. And, you know, just being reminded about how heartless and sadistic people can be is just not really a good reminder. Especially if, you know, if you're not happy with your job or you're having trouble with your family or your friends. It's just watching a feel-bad movie is a lot to ask for. Granted, you know, sometimes it actually helps. You know, when you're feeling depressed and you watch a movie that's also depressing, sometimes it just helps you reevaluate your own life and just, you know, appreciate what you got. I mean, again, it's a case-by-case situation. Of course, you're not gonna recommend Doki Doki Literature Club to somebody who's, like, already having, you know, pretty bad thoughts about themselves. So yeah, I mean, that's why as much as I love Danganronpa or Doki Doki Literature Club, I know that it covers a lot of dark themes that not everybody's gonna be, like, into, and not everybody's gonna be ready for. So, yeah. Approach with caution. Oh, by the way, this is the secret area right here. So before you even reach the exit, so after you deal with chainsaw ladies and you're right here, there's that little cabin right there. You just equip this. Just kick down the door. Barrel. Jump down. And right here, you can actually jump this. Oh, Ashley. Oh. Yeah, she doesn't like ladders. But Which I get it, you know, if she climbed down the ladder like a regular person, you can look up her skirt. I get it. But yeah. You can jump here. And bam, you're in the modded created area. It doesn't even have a map. You're literally off the grid. It's a good movie to fall asleep to? Well, okay then. I think movies like those are necessary for the people who don't know how miserable life can be. Especially rich people who don't know what it's like to be broke. True, but at that point I'm turning the movie off. Yeah. I mean, it's a balance. Like, if it's just so miserable, like, it's just torture porn for the characters, I stop watching. I'm good. I don't need to, like, watch this. But if it's like, I see the hope, I see that they're trying to do better, then yeah, I continue watching. Because, like, Squid Game. Squid Game is very miserable, but you watch as these characters fight tooth and nail to have a better life, and you root for them. As bad as things get, you root for them. And the same with Danganronpa. As bad and as hopeless as the situation can be, like, you hope for the best. Oh, also, that was the suppressor. I don't currently have the handgun. At this point, I sold it for the Red Knight. But yeah, this is where you get the suppressor. This little hidden room. And I can't read Spanish, but it's graffiti. It's like in-game graffiti, and I don't know if it's from the modder who made the mod, or these graffiti textures were already in the game, but they took it out because they realized that not everybody can read Spanish. Because from what I remember, it's like this guy is trying to escape this place, and he just feels like he's running around in circles. I mean, that's what I got from, like, the translation of it. And in the center room right here, there's a giant Las Plagas. Like, you can actually see what it looks like. And this model right here actually exists in the game, but it only appears during Leon's nightmare sequence. Remember when he saw that his veins were popping out? Yeah, they actually do have a 3D model of Las Plagas, and it's this thing right here. It's really creepy looking. So yeah, I mean, this is just a bonus room that the modder created in their spare time. It just gives you an opportunity to get some extra goodies, and of course the silencer. Oh, you can translate? Oh shoot, probably shouldn't have run past it anyway. Well, it's fine. I know it's getting pretty late anyway, it's already 12 AM over here, so by all means, check out the Resident Evil 4 HD Project mod. Somebody did have a video with all the translations as well, if you want to check it out. I think there's just one more cabin here. Not sure where this song plays though, but I think it is part of the main soundtrack. Right here. Look at this. Now this, I know for a fact that the modder made themselves. These are all the days that he worked on it, or they worked on it. I think it was multiple people, actually. All these tally marks. If I want to be miserable, all I have to do is go outside. Also, this little poster here, this is actually an old Easter egg from the game that wasn't discovered until 17 years later. During the island chapter, I think it's after the helicopter gets shot down, way off in the distance, in like this small cabin that you cannot access without like a camera hack. They have like this PNG file of this guy, or this lady maybe? We don't know who that is, but it's probably somebody who worked on the game a long time ago. But it's just crazy to me that nobody found this Easter egg until 17 years later when somebody hacked the camera and was just flying around. And all these photos on the desk are all the, not all the, some of the real-life photos that the modders use to recreate the textures to be HD. So, like, you see all these doors, like, you have to, like, copy and paste it into Photoshop and, you know, realign things and make sure the color and lighting is right. Because Resident Evil 4 is still like half and half, where there are shadows in the game, but for a lot of the textures, the shadows are built in to the image. So regardless if you shine a flashlight on it, it's still going to have shadows in a certain way. But you can just see the amount of dedication, because, like, what do you even search for to find this door texture on Google? Like, I feel like a lot of the textures you just have to recreate from scratch. You know? So yeah, just put in so much work for free, essentially. I mean, they take donations, and I'm about to donate because they put in so much work for this. More work than Capcom ever did. Just to put these textures to show them as they truly are and not compressed. I mean, even, like, just looking at Ashley, like, look at her sweater. You can see each individual, like, fabric. Like, it's like a really bad camera, but yeah, like, it's wild. Like, it doesn't look like a PNG, it doesn't look like a JPEG, it looks like they modeled clothing. Like, this is an HD remaster. And I watched, like, what was it, like a 15-minute video on just how impressive this mod is. Because, yeah, it took them 8 years to finish this mod. And even then, they're still doing updates. I would really want them to add, like, PlayStation prompts. Like, it's just a small thing, but if they add PlayStation prompts as an option for you to use, then this would absolutely be the definitive edition of Resident Evil 4. Like, it just blows, like, the PlayStation 4, the Nintendo Switch version, just, this is the version you get. The one that's modded with the HD textures. Like, oh my gosh, that grenade! Like, it actually looks like a grenade. You were disappointed with the ending of Squid Game? Yeah, it leaves a lot to the imagination, and that's what I thought they were going for. Because, you know, them, like, trying to take down the Squid Game is such a monumental task. It's just better off in your imagination. But they announced a season 2, and that is historical, because Korean shows never get a season 2. Like, they make stories that are just finished after season 1. Like, after that story's done, they move on. They don't make a season 2. So the fact that Squid Game gets a season 2, that's a first. And, who knows? I mean, I'm hoping season 2 is going to be good, but even if it's not, I can still look back on season 1 and just be, like, blown away, because there's a lot of amazing story moments in season 1. Like, as miserable as it is, you gotta appreciate all the human moments. Especially the marbles episode. Oh my gosh, that episode just breaks my heart. Just thinking about the marbles. Just, yeah. So here's hoping season 2 is good. And it's gonna be the last season, because if they pull a fucking, oh, we're gonna make a season 3? It's like, oh no. Like, stories have a beginning and an ending, okay? Just tell your story and just be happy. Definitely gonna replay the game with the mod soon. Last time I replayed Resident Evil 4 was somewhat recently in 2019. Yeah. So this would be... Okay, so I own it on the GameCube. I own it on PS2, PS3, PS4, and now on Steam. So I have this game 5 times. I don't have it on the Switch, but by this point, I literally should not get it on the Switch, because it's just going to look 100 times worse compared to this. Like, these like, you can't really see it as well, because remember, I'm streaming 720p, but, like, when you see it on your computer, in all its glory, these textures are amazing. Like, just seeing these textures uncompressed just makes a whole world of difference. And sometimes it's not even uncompressed. Like, they had to recreate these textures from scratch. Yeah, just fantastic. Fantastique. I'm sorry, I went to the bathroom when you access the secret area. Where was the entrance? Okay, so, let me retrace my steps here. Okay, so after you fight the chainsaw ladies, you'll, like, be approaching the end of the map. So, yeah, because the end of the map is right there. So you're gonna be right here in the middle, and there's this giant-ass cabin right here. And you just kick down the door, get on the floor, and do the dinosaur. You jump down the ladder, you catch Ashley, and immediately on your right, there's this thing you can hop over, and this giant red door, and that's how you access the secret area. And that's where you get the suppressor. But yeah, so that's Resident Evil 4 with the HD Project mod. Highly recommend it. Definitely pick up Resident Evil 4 on sale because this game is like super old, so why are you gonna pay premium for it? I mean, it's a super good game, it's just, it's been so long. I paid $5 for this. But then again, it is Resident Evil 4, I'm more than happy to pay for it again. It's just, it wasn't until the HD Project mod finally came out where it's like, okay, now I have a reason to actually buy Resident Evil 4 again. So, yeah. Very impressed with it. I'm just curious about how they handle the knight armor for Ashley and the mobster outfit for Leon. So I look forward to playing that. But priorities first, I do want to finish Final Fantasy Origin just to see Jack Garland's pursuit of chaos. Imagine an Old Boy 2. Oh my gosh. I heard there was a lot of pressure with that Season 2 thing, like they were not going to do it. Yeah, the creator of Squid Game, man, he went through a lot of rough times working on Season 1. Like, he lost a lot of teeth. Like, he was super stressed out, like, very depressed. Because, you know, like, working on these stories, especially when nobody believes in it, is very rough. Like, that's putting it lightly. It's not rough, that's hell. Because nobody wanted to make Squid Game. They thought it was too unrealistic. Nobody's gonna, like, watch this. This sounds like garbage. But he really believed in the idea. And you gotta remember that his inspiration from Squid Game is watching Kaiji and Liar Game. It's like, he knows that there is an audience for it. It's just nobody wanted to, like, deal with the wacky shit. Like, it's Willy Wonka, but with death traps. So yeah, I'm just glad that this time around they'll the creator actually has a writing team, because he had to write Season 1 pretty much by himself. And that's a lot to deal with, dude. And with the amount of characters are in the show, yeah, just having them in your head, like, all the time, I would be depressed too. I feel bad when I start writing characters that get killed off. Okay, like, shit. I'm not afraid to admit that when I'm writing Cataclysm Club, I was getting a little bit emotional once I was, you know, working on it. Like, I already know how the story ends, and I'm still, like, I'm bracing myself for the time when I actually have to write it. I'm on chapter 11, so currently there's 29 chapters planned out. And, yeah. I'm already, like, sowing the seeds that are gonna, like, blossom in the end. So, like, the little character moments that you see with each character, there's a payoff. And I'm really proud of myself for, like, keeping track of all that shit, because, yeah, it's only 4 characters, but each character is from their own game, and they have their own history, so I have to double check myself just to make sure that what they do in Cataclysm Club is consistent with what they would do in their actual game. You know, and that's the fun thing about story writing, especially fan fiction. You know, I know we kind of look down on fan fiction because we've read so many bad ones, but you got to be impressed with the fan fictions that really do take the time to understand the characters, and given any other scenario, they act realistically, like one-to-one with the way they actually would act in their original source material. And the fun of fan fiction is because the characters are already established. Like, you can just immediately start writing about your favorite characters. When you're writing an original story, that's when you're playing on professional difficulty, because you have to make these characters from scratch, you know, from your own life experiences, from your own inspirations. And you have to avoid the temptation of falling into stereotypes. Like, we've already seen way too many stereotypes with anime and movies and video games, and just finding your own way to be original about a character archetype. Like, you want to make a superhero, and there's just so many superheroes out there, it's intimidating to try to make your own. But the difference is that those superheroes were created based on someone else's experiences and their own inspirations and their own generation. If you were to write a superhero today, it'll be based off your life experiences and your inspirations and your generation. So even if the foundation doesn't sound very original, because you are the one writing it, you will always find a way to put your own spin on it. You just have to be aware of the pitfalls. Like, you have to be aware of the stereotypes so you're not immediately relying on it. And on top of that, you have to understand that subverting expectations is not like an easy cheat code to write original content. You can subvert anyone's expectations for anything. You can have a character like walk through a door and suddenly a piano falls on them. That subverts expectations, but that's fucking dumb. Like, you won't do that. If you're gonna kill off a character, you have to be honorable. You have to respect that character for what they did in the story. A big reason why a lot of people stopped watching The Walking Dead or Attack on Titan is that they would just kill off characters, and these characters had nothing going for them. They're just like fluff. They existed to be killed off. So they just don't leave much of an impact aside from the initial shock of their death. So yeah, it just doesn't respect the characters. And it's not that you can't have characters that just exist just to die, but you shouldn't like have so many of that. You shouldn't have that many instances of that happening in your story. Like, you want people to like these characters before you have to say goodbye to them, whether you kill them off or you just have them go on their separate ways. And I think that's another big thing. If you're done with the character, you don't have to kill them off. You can just have them ride off into the sunset and just have their future just be left to the imagination. Like, I hate how bleak a lot of writers are with their stories, where it's like they don't have anything else for this character to do, so they're just going to throw them into the pit to die. And it's not even going to be a very poetic death. Like, they didn't foreshadow their death at all. They just, oh, that character's dead now. See, I subverted your expectation. It's like, it's fuck off. It's child's play to kill off characters. It takes a professional to let them go. And that's why I was a little irritated with Logan. I know a lot of people enjoyed Logan. You remember that Wolverine movie? And I enjoyed it too, but I was really annoyed at the ending. And not that it wasn't appropriate for Logan to die, I just don't like the fact that they did it. Like, they even called him out on it because, what was her name? X-23. She was like saying that, you know, Mr. X knows that you want to die, and I'm here to make sure that you can live. Like, it's so much easier to die than it is to live. Dying is easy, living is much harder. And then he dies anyway. It's like, okay. Like, I get it, you know, Logan is like a modern retelling of a Western, okay? not every cowboy rides off into the sunset. I just don't like the fact that they pointed out that, hey, Logan, don't die because you're taking the easy way out. You gotta live, you know, for the sake of the kids, the new generation. You gotta pass on the things you've learned so we can avoid the hardships that you've had to fall through, you know? But no, I'm just gonna die, though. I ain't teaching you shit. So it's like, okay, alright, yeah, it's whatever, man. It's gonna be the last Wolverine movie anyway, so yeah, I guess you can kill off the character. But yeah, like... And even then, you know, happily ever after endings have to be earned. You don't just give them out like candy. Just because you really want a character to have a happily ever after doesn't mean you should make life easy for them. You know, don't make the final boss just a cakewalk. I mean, the final boss, the antagonist, needs to be a force to be reckoned with, so that the main characters can grow stronger to rise to the challenge. And of course, you know, there's a lot of pitfalls in it as well, because, like, I get it. Especially with the manga artists as well. It's like, why does this manga end like trash? And I'm like, okay, let's put it in perspective. You are a professional manga artist. You need to, like, draw every single day, and you have a deadline. You have like 30 minutes of sleep. Every day, you can sleep for 30 minutes, and then you have to go back to work. With that in mind, if you don't already have the story fully written out, you're fucked. So of course, because you only have 30 minutes of sleep, you are just going to rely on stereotypes. There's going to be so much filler. You're going to have like episodes that just have nothing to do with the main plot. And when you finally get to the final episode, it's trash. Like, the final boss is a joke. And it's because 30 minutes of sleep and the story's not fully written out. Like, you can't link everything together. Because remember, a story is supposed to, like, build up each time you make a new chapter. Can't really do that when there's so much filler. And remember, 30 minutes of sleep. Does the suppressor actually help, or is it for aesthetic? That's what I want to figure out. There's not really many sections in Resident Evil 4 that have stealth. Like, the moment you shoot, like, the first guy, everybody just comes down hard on you. In fact, we can probably test that out right now, because the guy in this chapter is blind, but I swear to you, he is gonna come running. Of course, it's locked. Shit's locked. No one wanted to make Squid Game. They didn't want to adapt it into a TV show. Let alone a movie. Not that you should, you know, try to fit that into a movie, but still.
Wait.
It takes life experience to build a good character. It's child's play to kill one off. Absolutely. Speaking of anime, I want an anime for an adult who are 25 plus. Golden Boy? Like, oh no, there's anime out there. It's just, you have to, like... They're not the most popular. You have to go digging for it. Let me shoot and miss, and if he comes charging... Oh, look at that! Yeah, it does help. Compared to this. Yep. Or maybe this guy's just kind of an idiot. Okay. I think this guy might just be an idiot. I think he's a couple of screws loose from a toolbox. A few crayons missing from the box. It's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed aside from the claws. Oh. Yeah, he's kind of funny. Oh, he's gonna get me. So yeah, guess the suppressor does help. That's cool. So not only do you get critical headshots 5 times more, yeah, I guess you can be quiet with it. Neat. So yeah, it might be a little overpowered, but it's Resident Evil 4, dude. Like, you're only as good as your aim and your positioning. Like, you saw the cabin. I still died, even though I know Resident Evil 4 like the back of my hand. If you're gonna get cocky, you will be penalized. But yeah, highly recommend Resident Evil 4 on Steam with the HD mod installed. It's a big install, though. It's 37 gigabytes. So you're gonna have to install that. You're gonna have to download it piece by piece, or if you got torrent set up, you can just, you know, use the torrent link. But yeah, 37 gigabytes. That's a lot. So yeah, prepare your bandwidth. I like how I'm trying to end the stream, but I keep playing this. This game is too addicting. This game is too good, man. I don't even know what to tell you. This game is too good. But yeah, I gotta show some restraint, though. If I am planning on streaming tomorrow, I should get some sleep. So. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is just what I got so far. So yeah, construction's always going to be rough, and like I said, I'm going to go over it again with references, so things are just going to be a little bit tighter. Because, yeah. Still, at the very least, there's more of a method to the madness. But yeah. No promises on streaming tomorrow, but if I do stream, I'll be picking up where I left off. And who knows? If we got time, if got enough people, we'll do Jackbox again. If not Jackbox, we'll do like Dragon Ball Fighters or something. Left 4 Dead, maybe. 37 gigabytes in a row? Yeah, what's interesting with the mod, though, is after you download it, you have to delete the textures in the game itself. Which the textures are like 13 gigabytes. So yeah, the fact that the mod is like double of what's already in the game is wild. And I think that's why most mods are not compatible with it, because this overrides the mod. So, yeah. It's going to be a while before we start getting mods that you can use on top of the Resident Evil 4 Project HD mod. And I feel like I need to clarify that, because Resident Evil 4 on Steam already calls it the HD edition, but it's not HD. It's just they put it on the PC and just slapped the HD on it. The true HD experience is the mod itself. I'm so trash at Jackbox. I'm on and off about it. It just depends, like what prompts they give me, because sometimes my brain just cannot come up with a good joke. And I have to rely on internet memes just to get me out, or at least to score a few votes. Sky and I are going to Disney World 26th to 29th for their birthday. Nice. Happy birthday. I'm going to Disneyland. Yeah, Strife, you've won before. In fact, I think everybody here has won at least once. The most expensive place on Earth? Really? What, did they jack up the prices? Gosh damn it, Disney. But you guys don't make enough money on Disney Plus? No, in all honesty, Disney has always, like, made their theme parks, like, premium content. So, it's not surprising. Man, I'm trying to remember when the last time I went to Disneyland. I went to Universal Studios. That was fun. That was back when the Jurassic Park ride was called Jurassic Park and not Jurassic World. So that was fun. But yeah, just gonna go ahead and end the stream here. It's been fun hanging out with everybody, as always. I'm glad I was able to get some work done today. And yeah, if I stream today, well, we'll see. I really do want to play some FF Origins though, so that's why I'm just kind of debating on it. Like, I'm still gonna be drawing, but it's gonna be off stream. Like, I've already made it a habit where it's like, hey, if I need to take a break, might as well just continue on my backlog, whether it's, you know, Hades or Disco Elysium. So yeah, I did feel kind of bad buying Resident Evil 4 because, like, I've already played this game a million times, but that HD mod though, it's like, still, my backlog, it's calling to me. He said thanks. But yeah, y'all have a great night. Bye-bye.
You ready to do something profoundly stupid?
Am I ready? Anytime.
It's time to tip the odds back in our favor.
Okay, it's game time.
Get in here! Oh, there you are!
This was it. It was almost over.
Did you see that, Zach? Clear as a crisp spring morning. I knew I could count on it. Never fails. Now then, let's get going.